Alright, got a lot more sleep last night, so it's going to be a good stream today. Let's do it. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Let me just get my announcements out. And some coffee. It is a beautiful day here in Austin, Texas, and I got a full night's sleep for the first time in a couple of nights, so I'm feeling refreshed. And we are now headed for Testnet Saturday, so let's get some work done. Cat's fussing a bit, so we may have to hit that kit playtime video bump sooner than later. You gonna settle down? What's up? What do you need? Alright. I'm gonna give everybody a little time to stream in, so while they're doing that, hopefully this isn't terribly jarring for folks just coming out of the stream, but it's time for BRB. She didn't want to play. That, not that. How to stream. Okay, well, I don't know what she's gonna do to bother us as we try to get started. Everybody's taking their time joining up, so I'm not in any rush. Oh, now you want to play more again? You just stared at it earlier. Okay. Be that way. Yeah. Her new thing is to jump into the bathtub and attack from there. Trick is to find out when she's done playing. She'll start to slow down, so I'll stop. You done? But then no, wants to play a little more. Yep. We done? Okay, I think we're done. Morning, Miguel. Yeah, morning. 10:40 a.m. still counts. I slept in today, slept good. Finally got uninterrupted sleep. Oh, it was nice. So I feel pretty darn good today. Yep. Still want to play a little more, huh? Okay. A little bit more. Ah, brother. Hey Ryan, welcome back. I think she's settled down. Something the kid does that's amazing is she's very chatty, but not like meowing. She sort of like vocalizes whatever she's doing with these chirps, which is kind of like that. So like, she just now darted out of the bathroom after the toy, just zoomed right past, all the while kind of. She's a very cute cat. All right, I guess we gotta get to work here. So, aiming for testnet Saturday, and something I was thinking about over the evening is whether or not servers and communities ought to be detached from each other. So let's dive into this question. So here we have a server. And here we have users. And here we have a community. And users can be they'll have one home server. And so currently, the way that communities work is that they too are part of a server. In fact, the way it works right now is that the community and the server are kind of one and the same. And the question I'm wondering right now is whether or not communities ought to be detached from servers so that servers can have multiple communities and the communities can move freely between servers. Now, this idea sort of first struck me, so for people to visualize this a little bit better. Beautiful. Like a middleware between servers and users, kind of. I'll get into it in a second. So can I do something like, yes, let's try something like this. So currently the way this works is right here. And a community can mean a lot of things, but in most regards what it means is secondary indexes. And secondary indexes have curation and moderation and algorithmic implications. You know, who's a member of the dataset getting indexed, who has administrative authority over it. So communities are basically shared secondary indexes in a way. And they have authority models that have to do with collective rights. And the logic around it right now being attached is that it's efficient for one, and the idea would be if you wanted to create a new community, you'd create a new server. But something that was occurring to me as I was kind of gaming out how this is going to move forward is a really big goal that I want to have is for a large amount of innovation around how communities are governed. You bet. Thanks for joining us, Winnie. So if we want innovation around community governance, the problem with having the community and the server be tied one-to-one is that there's always somebody who has to own the server. Which means that any kind of governance model or authority model that you bring into place is sort of always kneecapped by the fact that there's some total authority sitting somewhere with the ability to kind of override any decision that the community governance makes. And I'm not a big fan of that. It just kind of, not only does that mean that you have that authority implication, but you also run into just a higher cost of innovation on community design, because to set up a new community, you got to set up a new server. That's not really ideal. So some things in the chat I'll come back to after I finish talking this through. So what I'm kind of thinking about here is if we detached communities from servers, it would mean that communities, what we would ultimately do is give communities the ability to rehome between servers just like users can. Which means they have the ability to always kind of push back against the server's authority in some way. If a server is starting to try to override something that the community doesn't want, the community can just move over to some other server. And so that would fix the authority model problem. It would also mean that end users can create new communities at relatively, low cost, right? The other thing that I'm thinking about is that we're trying to think through the economics of this as we go. And one of the things that I'm keen to try would be to have citizen servers handle be a generic enough platform for different kinds of behavior. Not just like citizen stuff, but for instance, being a generic hyperdrive host, which would make it, basically a cloud drive. And if it were able to provide, I think, enough kind of utilities around that, then I think end users might have a really reasonable story around free tier, paid tier subscriptions to whatever server they use. Which would mean that users are paying for themselves. And if users are paying for themselves, then the secondary indexes that communities require, they're not cheap, but hopefully they'd be cheap enough that communities can be created at zero cost. They definitely require some additional CPU, but if they're effectively free to run from an end user's perspective, or if they're low cost to run, then we have a really good model for people creating lots of different communities and experimenting with how they're designed. So let me bring up some of my thoughts around this as I was kind of Slack just launched some new feature. Slack Connect. Some other kind of logic around this. As I was saying, so having a server equal community hard ties to the servers in a way that makes them less dynamic and innovative. If you detach them, there's a kind of separation of powers dynamic where servers are not necessarily doing governance, not doing moderation, not designing the algorithms, especially if communities can rehome, same as servers. In a way, it's also kind of like how people who own newspapers are supposed to maintain some kind of editorial distance. What would ownership of a community look like? A single user, a group of users, transferable, etc. Somebody's always going to initially create a community, right? And they'll set the name and whatever kind of identity and branding. And then the end goal, I think, should be to have a somewhat dynamic tool set for establishing rules for how the community is moderated. So that would be things like having roles with different rights, having different kinds of business logic, like after X amount of days. You can't post for the first amount of days that you've been in the community, maybe, or you after 10 downvotes, something gets automatically removed, right? So, or like how the trending algorithm works, maybe it's only upvotes from a certain role. Also, you could sort of assign multiple administrator roles and set up rules for how administration rights can be added or removed. Maybe that requires 2/3 consensus from the administrators to change it. Maybe rehoming a community requires, consensus -1 of the administrators, etc. So with communities, a person owns their data, but a friend might own some of that friend's data as well, as they have interacted together in their community. If a user owns his data and others who are friends own their own, how can they support each other in that privacy? Think about BitTorrent and Seed's peers. Perhaps you could seed your friend's data, but only if they allow you to. So in this topology that we have, since we're using servers to interact with the data mesh with Hypercore, seeding becomes less of a kind of a question mark, because servers are just going to seed their own users' data. But the way that data ownership operates here is that you have a user. A user is in a server. And a user, let's go with what I'm proposing here. Come on. A user can be a member of multiple communities. And when a user posts to a community, they actually post to their personal database. Right? So all my posts, all my communities are actually in my personal database. And if I leave a community, those posts would still exist in my personal database. I could choose to delete them if I wanted to. The community could decide whether or not to index them. So communities are really just secondary indexes of multiple different users. Right? The data lives here, and the community is just pointers to that data. Hey, Stefan. Welcome back. And then, if a user wants to move servers, they can, and they'll take their data with them. So all data lives in So here's a really good way to look at it, actually. This is the primary data. This right here secondary indexes. And then this right here is hosting. Hey Bradley, welcome to the stream. Just had a random idea that if you own your data, could individual users use their data however they want? For instance, I prefer Neo4j versus SQL to work with my data. So the constraint that you'll have is that you need to use the Hypercore protocol that Citizen uses. So let me answer that question in a second here, but I just want to re-emphasize that this is the topology that we're looking at here. Primary databases are individual user databases. Those are Hyper-Bs. Secondary indexes are the communities. There's actually some secondary indexing with users because they can follow individual users, so they produce secondary indexes of everybody they follow. But the majority of the secondary indexing will be communities. And then hosting is purely the servers. And servers will have their own databases as well, but mainly for things like recording their current users and things like that. I'll answer your question, Brad, after I answer Corey's question. Whew, we are getting a lot of chatter. Okay. Please don't let me forget any of your questions, but I need to kind of answer these one at a time. So, so just to, I'll answer yours quickly, Corey. So, like, the database we're using is also the, like it's a data mesh. So, like, networking and data storage are kind of combined together, right? And so, to interact with the network, you need to interface with the Hyper-Bs. Oh, word. That's cool. Which Hacker News story? You probably can't share links, so you'll have to. Google is. I cannot get it to stop censoring people's links that they share. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to find. If you could just share the ID of the story out of the URL, try that. Okay, so Hyper-Bs. I'm running out of symbols. That's right. Okay, so here we have a Hyper-B. We'll give it a purple background. They are our primary data storage system. It works as a distributed database. It's kind of like LevelDB. And so if you're thinking about interfacing with Hyper-B using something like Neo4j, cool. Thanks. Just always curious. Always curious about this kind of thing. Oh, word. On the monkey.org thing? Yeah, cool. So if you wanted to get Neo4j involved, the way you would want to do that is by having a kind of input-output flow where you ingest data from the Hyper-Bs into Neo4j or whatever your database of choice is, and then anytime you want to write to Neo4j or write to your database, you would either find some way to sync the Neo4j updates back out to what's actually your primary data store, which is Hyper-B, or you would just choose to write directly to the Hyper-Bs and then have that data get indexed by Neo4j. And so Neo4j would be acting like an online database, or excuse me, like an offline database, if that makes sense. So here, published, private. And you can have actually private Hyper-Bs, which we use currently, by just not putting them on the network, not sharing the, yeah, you would need to have some kind of intermediary, which would be this kind of sync right here. Does that make sense? Winnie asked, not going to say your full name, Winnie. Are you using Hypercore or just streams? Not using Hypercore, all currently built on Hyper-B, which I'll share the link to that. Right, just handling the very first time used the Hype CLI with colleagues to transfer very large VBox images, and it worked great. Glad to hear it. All right, Brad, let's answer your question. One thing I found with highly distributed systems is they can get quite slow with high lag, especially if you're combining data from multiple sources. Do you have an estimate for reasonable lag or a way to deal with distributed performance issues? Yeah, it's going to be a problem. No question. So let's break down the factors that'll be involved. Excalidraw is kind of crushing it right now. I'm really glad I have this. I forget who suggested this, but thank you to whoever that was. Okay. Let me get some music started. So, the way all this works is you've got your users so circles are going to represent Hyper-Bs. And those don't have to be, but for the most part will be hosted on servers. And what I'm proposing right now is that communities will work the same way. They are also Hyper-Bs, largely secondary indexes of the user databases, and they also live on servers. And then you have multiple servers in the network. So within a server, synchronization between the different data sets pretty fast. In that situation, writing to a given primary data store, fairly fast, right? We did some benching earlier, and that comes out to, without the indexing, we're at like 2,000 writes per second-ish. Yeah, Excalidraw, it's even got these little quick shortcuts up here to quickly do things. It's great for live diagramming. So the latency that gets involved here, like I said, we're getting about, somewhere from 2,000 to 4,000 puts per second in the key value databases, if there's no indexing involved. Secondary indexing occurs in this system either synchronously or asynchronously, depending on the needs of the particular index. That's going to depend, if it's synchronous, it'll update immediately. If it's asynchronous, it'll get scheduled in the background to update. So there may be some latency on that. That could be anywhere from 300 milliseconds up to, or it could be, just slowing down the put, because if it's a synchronous index update, then that'll have to wait for that as part of the transaction for the content creation. So that would slow it down to, we were measuring somewhere around 400 puts per second for like the follow index currently. But it's more or less immediate. But then secondary indexing, depending on how we end up scheduling it, could end up being 300 milliseconds later or 5 seconds later, things like that. That's all within one server, right? And so if you're talking to the server that's hosting the thing, which in some cases you'll do, it's pretty much instant. When information has to synchronize across servers, that's basically going to mean that your secondary indexes are updating, not just, this would always be the asynchronous ones, and not only do they need to update in kind of at a delay, but they need to have network transmission about the update occurring. And that's where some variability comes into play. And it will, of course, vary more and more as we scale. What I would actually imagine happening as we seek to optimize this is that common exchanges between two different servers will get heavily optimized, so they'll just have some kind of active, always open connection that's probably multiplexing any traffic that they have, completely skipping over the kind of DHT for discovering updates. So that will be, probably relatively quick. And the servers, I imagine, will just sort of, we have it currently so that they actively watch any database that one of their users is interested in. So let's say these, like it would have the watch command called, meaning it would open up an active replication with the database. Let's say these databases are currently of interest to users on this server, so it would be actively connecting to and syncing those, the metadata for those, which is relatively cheap. It's going to be a heartbeat plus getting the heads of the logs anytime those update. So I would guess that would be on the order of, depending on the network load, it could be as fast as 33 milliseconds. It can be as slow as multiple seconds. It's really just going to depend. As it scales up, you're probably going to have to round robin so that it instead of just actively syncing, it pops in and off and on various user data sets to check in on them. And so then the time that the round robin takes will factor in as well. But again, the servers that are like popular and have a lot of crosstalk will probably just maintain open sort of bus connections with each other to synchronize lots of different data sets. So to answer your question, I have no idea, of course, what the actual latency will be for this network. But if my sense is that it doesn't have to be bad. Probably popular nodes will be a little more efficient than unpopular nodes, especially when talking to each other, because of the optimizations you can get in by manually configuring the topology. Yeah, I'm more or less confident that the worst, we could probably aim for a very, very worst case latency of like 30 seconds if there's not some kind of major fault in the network, and having an average case of being more like 4 seconds. Seems like reads will be more common than writes, maybe 80-20 or something. I'm usually reading comments and posts as opposed to writing them. Yeah, that's accurate, of course. And the way that the Hypercore network works, it's very cache heavy. So whenever you are synchronizing somebody's database, you're actually maintaining a local copy of it. And you'll control exactly how much of it you cache. And so part of the strategy for reducing network latency will be having a sort of a cache retention and ejection strategy around how commonly content is being loaded up on your server. And then, sort of choosing to eject stuff to free up space when you're pretty sure that it's not going to get hit on the network again. And then if it does, you just fetch it off the network. So the caching mechanisms are very robust. Yeah, might be nice to have a notion of something like P90 or 90% of the requests being some speed to catch those outliers. Not sure what kind of visibility there would be within the network to capture those performance. Yeah. Performance is very high on my mind as we're building this. In fact, last weekend we spent about 3 days doing nothing but benchmarking the thing and optimizing it, because that just ends up being, performance is a feature, or poor, maybe more accurately, poor performance can be a bug, especially with the distributed system. Yeah, it's pretty important. If it runs badly, people just ain't gonna, they'll be like, oh, another nice idea, but it's another one of those crummy amateur, decentralization projects that runs like garbage, and I don't want that to be the reputation that we get with Citizen ever. And in fact, yeah, I completely agree. Bradley says applications need good UX for people to use, and performance is part of the UX. Yeah, I feel like UX is just a huge priority for what we're doing here. And I think we have kind of come up with a set of ideas that allows us to not make any trades that I'm at least personally unhappy with when it comes to like the ideals of a decentralized design versus the UX. There's actually one other tier in how this all operates, which is, let's move you over. Can I shrink the whole thing? Yes, I can. Thank you, Excalibur. There's one other tier in the design. I'm not about shapes, so it's got to be. What is this? One other tier, and that's applications. And if you look at the README, you can see a little bit of my mindset around how all this works, and it's very much what I consider political design. Which means that we spend a lot of time thinking about the implications of basically how authority is distributed through the system. In fact, I kind of consider that to be where the novelty of the whole idea enters in. So I'm going to move that over here. I'm going to move you right here. What we're working on right now is actually currently planning on calling our kind of first application, or kind of vanilla application, citizenry.com. We have that domain name, so that'll be citizenry.com. And the idea will be that it is able to interact with multiple different servers. And so part of the flow of how citizenry.com will need to be designed is giving people a very nice and clean onboarding flow onto one of the servers. And we want to think about everything from a good UX standpoint. So it's not just like, hey, choose your domain, but we should give some kind of sense of identity for each of these servers and kind of what they represent. We were kind of joking about maybe having like a sorting hat where you take a quiz and then it's like, okay, you're going to fit into this vibe. Now, that was whenever we were thinking about communities and servers being a one-to-one, but now communities are kind of being detached. So the identity of servers is an interesting question that I'm not really sure will have any bearing on people's mindset other than like what their username looks like, because we use kind of email style user IDs. So in terms of political topology, the users can move from one server to another, which we call rehoming. They're always hosted by a server, but if they want to choose a different one, they can move. And now what we're talking about is doing the same thing with communities, where a community can start on one server and rehome to another. Corey says, I'm trying to think about putting a server up, something like DigitalOcean, Rackspace, something just not AWS, GCP, or Azure as the starter. Primary server that is serving HTTP like normal, and then as soon as people want to connect to a Hypercore version, they can as well. Well, so the all these servers will be talking to the Hypercore protocol in the back end. That's what all of these are. No, it's all good. So that's all in the Hypercore mesh. And the front end and hosts will speak to each other using HTTP and WebSockets. But they, so then the servers talk to the Hypercore network on your behalf. It is possible to run a desktop application that can interact with the Hypercore network directly. The only real trick is that we currently use DNS IDs, so you'll need to have some kind of solution for setting up the DNS ID resolution, which requires WebFinger and a server sitting on HTTPS. Okay. Let's just save this one as call it technical topologies. Okay. So what we were working on the last stream was setting up the HTTP endpoints for accessing the data. And the mentality being, and we were testing where you have two different servers. We have Dev 1 and Dev 2. And, interesting. Missing the votes on that, so we'll have to look into that. Worried what happens when someone tries to rehome without cooperation and two servers are trying to update the same user or community. We haven't implemented the rehoming protocol yet, so it's hard to speak to the details of that. Cool. Actually, what's going to be great about these is that whenever I'm getting some documentation done, I'll be able to pull from them. That's really handy. So rehoming yeah, I can't really speak to what rehoming will look like, to be honest. Not yet. In theory, you could just transfer the private keys for writing to your database, and so you preserve your hyper URL, your internal database URL, and then just move it over, transfer the key to a new server, and then update your DNS ID. But in practice, I think that's may not be a feasible solution because you can't really transfer private keys, you can only copy them. So it may actually have to be a kind of a full re-identification, and what you'll do is you'll sort of close out the old user database and the old user account, and put onto the end of it a redirect message saying what the new account identity is. And one of the things we're talking about is actually, rather than copying over all previous activity, you just point to the previous account as saying, this is my previous activity, I'm resuming from there, so that all of the old URLs are still correct. Because the database can continue to be hosted in a kind of a read-only form. And that way other activity around content doesn't get lost. Doesn't really relate to primary, secondary failovers. Let's not get too into the weeds of that stuff for now, because there's a lot of concepts, and I'm afraid we're just gonna I'm not gonna do a great job talking through it. Do I have? I don't. Okay. Let me real quick just. Well, now my head's in it, so. Everybody has. No, I'm not going to talk about this right now. I'm going to move on. So, we were putzing with multiple local nodes, testing what it's like to have multiple local nodes. For some reason, votes are not loading up on the post list, so we're going to have to make a note of that. It's shown up there, but not here. Okay, great. Well, thanks for joining, Brad. Catch you on the next one. So, what we were starting to run into is we land on Alice at dev2.localhost, which is not my current localhost. And I had followed Alice, as evidenced by, if I go to my profile, you can see right there. So I had followed Alice at dev2, but of course, since we're asking dev2 about known followers, then doesn't know about me. And so I currently don't even have any indication that I'm following them. This raises some interesting questions about how we're going to do secondary indexing. It raises questions about the community question that we were just kind of pacing through. I gotta bring back our diagram. Communities are, I don't know if they're magpies. Whatever they are, they're all over Austin. Yeah. It's a really nice day out, so I got the door open. So, communities, every user has their own personal index that's generated by who they follow. And then communities are acting as secondary indexes that are kind of wider than any individual person's following, so that you can see notifications and comments and follows and any kind of information amongst a wider community than who you've individually followed. We're talking about a setup where the communities are no longer attached to servers, which sort of suggests to me that communities are going to take a more prime UX position than servers might have. Because we were never talking about like joining multiple servers. We were just talking about reading their indexes, perhaps. But now, if we do it with this community mechanism, it almost kind of seems like not only it seems like there's a couple of implications. There's First would be that potentially you post to communities explicitly. So that whenever you're following somebody, what you're actually sort of doing is see all their posts, self and community. And then there'd be a premise of joining a community. See all activity in the community. So an interesting question is, like, when we're looking at somebody's profile, what kind of information do we want to show? This still seems right, known followers and following. Like, that's still a useful metric. You want to know what communities they're in? All posts across communities. Let me finish this thought, Corey, and then I'll answer you. Can I, like, bold? No. Ooh, that's neat. Ooh. I'm just kind of learning and falling in love with Excalibur. Check this out. I can lock the current tool. This is a really well-designed live diagrammer. Okay, so this seems like a interesting model to me. Basically what this would do is really make community membership a kind of a big part of what's going to define your experience. Almost kind of like subreddit membership, like when you subscribe to a subreddit or join it, it ends up affecting what your front page looks like. For us, not only would that affect page is determined by follows and community memberships. So not only is your front page determined by that, but your notifications are determined by the same, as our comments and metrics are determined by that. So stuff that's going on in other communities, you just, even if it's on the same server, you wouldn't see it. I think that's actually pretty interesting. It kind of turns... Like, so you have the community networks, and then you have, like, the self network, right? You posting to self. And it's kind of interesting to ask, like, I think probably the way that we're going to do this, we're talking about unifying posts and comments to be the same type, kind of like how tweets work. So whenever you're posting a reply, you'd also be choosing whether to post to self or to a community. And we could probably introduce the ability to cross-post. That seems like a pretty good way to design this. So the experience would really feel like Twitter plus Reddit in a way. Now, Corey, you're asking, each user manages their own / their own community's sharing settings and determines whoever has that data to seed can't seed. Again, seeding really doesn't end up being a super user-facing aspect of this. By and large, I would prefer that seeding is not something you have to think about. The data mesh should just kind of like automagically work. What ends up being more important than seeding, really, is because we're sort of baking in the notion of having a primary host, your home server. Having a primary host ends up being a little more front of your mind because, if you're thinking about like censorship resistance, for instance, not the only thing of value, as I reiterate often, but something to bear in mind. You want to choose a server that fits your vibe in its broad strokes, and if you get ejected from it, you would need to rehome. But then, and we got to think about how to rehome whenever you're being banned, which there needs to be. I think we should build into banning or ejection from a server a flow for rehoming the user. Like, if somebody just bans you and doesn't give you a chance to rehome, which you need to have the server allow you to rehome, that would be such a dick move that I think we should bake into the software by default, a flow for rehoming if you've been removed from a community. And if a server doesn't allow that, they are being dicks, and they should be dinged in terms of their reputation. So the hosting ends up being more important than seeding because we're not relying on distributed hosting quite so much. We're really using the peer-to-peer network to act as a data mesh, not as a distributed host. The distributed hosting is just kind of an interesting property of it. The other kind of really much more important thing is how indexes are generated, because indexes end up being the mechanism by which information moves through the network. That all sort of makes sense? You're saying yeah? Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking that, like, whenever you look at somebody's profile, it will just have, like, the community information, like, down here. Like, which communities they're a member of and what role they have. And we're going to need to get a notion of community roles in at some point, which should be very fun. So now this cross-server question. I'm looking at somebody from another server. And we need to think about those are the three states we need to be thinking about here. Now, if I'm logged in on the same server, let's... Oh, yeah, if I'm logged in on the same server, I'm going to have... access to my personal, my self, let's call these the self indexes. So the question is sort of like, do we need, whenever we're looking at a user on a separate, or anytime we're looking at a user, do we need to look at their server's indexes for anything? The logged up state is a really good one to consider here. Because let's say I'm just a random looking at Citizen for the first time and trying to get a sense of like, oh, there's Paul Fraze's account. If I'm not logged into anything, I'd be seeing 500 following. 500 follows. I should change that to follows. And 0 known followers. Not a very... If I'm not asking anything about the indexes on the home hosting server, that's not a very useful thing to see, right? Because that's not a, 0 known followers. Well, you would be able to see which communities that person's a part of. So let's dig into what each of these include. I'm kind of like consistently shocked how cool this live stream has ended up being. The way I've been describing it is that it feels like a cheat code to working on a project. It's just such a better way to do this. It's been really fun. I don't know if I'm ever going to stop, which would be cool. It'd be great to do all of my Citizen work on the live stream. Woo! So there's a possible also to look at the server, users, server indexes. But what would that give us? It could give activity from their communities. As well as So let's say we included that. So part of what's a little ducky about including the user's server indexes is basically what you're saying is including activity from their communities. That's really what that means. Because I'm sort of, what this is all, leaning towards by detaching communities from servers is that servers are going to be probably rehosting the communities of the users that they participate in, similar to how they rehost the content of users that they follow. Which means talking to other servers will be less of a common thing compared to what we were talking about yesterday. Like, if you're logged in, you're really going to be talking to your own server for everything. It's going to mean running a server is more costly, to be sure. But it's definitely going to be the most efficient approach. So the question is, like, when I'm looking at somebody's profile, when do, if ever, I want to see activity in their own communities? And if so, how should that be represented? We could do it like followers in their... Yeah, it's all... It requires some hard thought, but what's exciting about it is that it really opens up some novel user experience ideas so that, like, and that's great because, like, one of the things I've found is that I've worked on, distributed social networks multiple times. Almost always in the past, they've been purely peer-to-peer, and they tend to be really straightforward clones of Twitter, which is just sort of disinteresting. But because we've embraced a more structured topology in the way that the protocol works, reflecting that structured topology into the user experience gives us innovative or novel user experience possibilities, so that the whole thing has a different feel from, like, what Twitter does, without us having to, like, try hard to invent something. What we're actually trying hard to do, and it's not even try hard, it's just working hard to do, is reflect how the actual system works. So it has a much more natural novelty to it. I think if we were to render information whenever you look at a user from their own communities, the way we would want to do that is just be explicit about what we're looking at. If it's a community that they're a member of, but you're not a part of, like, it might be like followers from their communities, followers from your communities, two different metrics. Which is such a more interesting thing to look at than just followers. That's one of the things I'm actually really excited about for the idea of communities, is giving some kind of sense of identity to things like metrics. So Miguel asked, what's Mastodon's approach? Mastodon has a fundamental difference compared to Citizen, which is that Mastodon, suggested use the list comes to mind. Mastodon has a push-based protocol. So when I follow somebody on another, first of all, Mastodon has a one-to-one of server and community. And when you follow somebody on a separate server, your home server will push a message through a kind of a mail metaphor to who you subscribe to's server. So you actually find out about follows across servers. And we do not do any push. Ours is entirely pull-based. And that ends up meaning that if somebody in another server, or because of the way we're defining it, another community follows you and you're not a part of that community, you won't know about it. All of your view is on the basis of like which indexes you're pulling from. And if you're not both a part of the same index, you won't see it. Which is technically simpler because push-based distributed systems are a total pain. So it's more technically robust. But the other implication of that is that there's kind of a high-pass filter spam filter baked into the system. Because you only ever see things on the basis of indexes you're opting into. What about instead of a number, having something like a graph? The difference between a number and a graph is actually not super significant. That ends up being just a question about what's better to look at. List of follower names or a number. But if we properly, either way, we need to segment those on the basis of how you're getting that information. So, you're either getting that information by looking at indexes that you have opted into already, and you have an existing relationship with, like your communities and your self network, or you're looking at the communities of that user. And we will want to segment it appropriately so that the information has more meaning. If we were to merge those two together, whenever you visit somebody's profile, I think you would be maybe a little confused about what you're seeing. Because if you're seeing somebody that, and that's just if you merge them together. If you separate them apart, I think it's much more meaningful. Then it makes sense, because then it's like, okay, I'm looking at Alice, and she has 1,000 followers. But I never see her around. But if you segment them out, you could be like, oh, she has 950 followers in her own communities, but only 50 in my communities. So she's not actually a major part of my personal network. And it also kind of helps with the sock puppet problem, because you're going to probably be trying to pick communities that are you have some confidence in that they're producing, that they're moderating out sock puppets. So in a distributed system, you could always create new communities that are just full of fake accounts. And you want to at least kind of know, like, okay, at least that's not in my data set. Okay, Miguel, send me that little drawing. Michael says, Mastodon is cool. I don't use it currently, but I run a few. It's a headache. Yes. And running these nodes probably in Citizen, I was hoping that it could not be a headache, but I kind of, and I'm working as hard as possible to make it as simple as possible, but I don't know if doing server admin will ever be easy. And again, separating communities from server admin is a good idea so that you can have communities without having to become an admin. It feels heavy, and I think Citizen feels light. I hope so. But again, I have a feeling that as Citizen matures, it's going to be at least as difficult to run as a Mastodon instance. Doing my best to avoid that, applying my best engineering, but you just know how it is. It's especially once we get into the idea of having your home server host or at least copy over all communities that you're involved in, it's going to take some resources. So Yeah, it's kind of an unavoidable problem. So let's say my server has a citizen community and a couple other communities. My homepage would run a search over all my data objects. I haven't figured out how we're going to do search yet. I just haven't. But I assume what we'll be doing is producing secondary indexes against producing FTS indexes against various secondary indexes that are getting synced. And yeah, I guess it would sync against your self indexes and your community indexes. Invitations and vouching are also a mechanism we can leverage here. The vouching stuff, I think, ought to be something that is community defined. Again, I'm really hoping that the community layer can be a somewhat extensible layer that can have lots of different kinds of business layer logic introduced by the community moderators or community owners. So vouching seems like something that should be community level. Yeah. I mean, it just seems to me that the community is where the most innovation can be occurring, because community is what does the moderation, community is what does the editorial decisions about like what trends, and that's where I think Twitter currently is just completely anemic. Same with Facebook. Yeah, that just seems where a lot of innovation could be. I'm gonna grab some more coffee in 1 second. I'm sorry about Twitter or YouTube's moderation. I don't know what the deal is. Oh man, it's just perfect weather in Austin today. Thanks, Jim. This Hacker News comment. The name is totally in line with our core values. Very obscure and unattractive. I don't think Citizen is an unattractive name. I'm glad he vibes with it, but if anything, it's maybe a little pretentious. Orange site doing its thing. I'm unapologetic. I'm a orange site user. I don't know if it's cool to say that these days. It hasn't been for a long time. But hey, I got, accumulated points on there. You can't just walk away from sweet internet points. It's got its roots in asynchronous. Yeah. No, I think Citizen is a, I don't know if Jay Silence is on the stream. Yeah, it's people are gonna feel differently about it. I have no mind. I'm glad to advise with you. And yeah, it is a little bit, you know. Yeah, your link probably got filtered. Can you like DM it to me on Twitter or something? I actually looked at the auto mod settings and like, it it's actually off. The link filtering is off, at least according to the settings. So I have no idea what's going on with that. Okay, are we actually gonna get some work done? I don't know. I'm a little bit bummed that this idea of changing the communities is happening now, because this may throw off our Saturday testnet, unfortunately. Which really kind of bums me out. But I don't know if... I mean, the question is, like, do we want to go ahead and... It seems like it's a wrong idea to, like, finish the direction that we were going and then do the testnet and then... change the communities, because like we're stuck on some primary development around the old model now that will be completely different with the community detachment. So I'm like, breath first. Yeah. I don't want to postpone the testnet. So I guess the answer to that is to get to work, huh? And try not to have to postpone it. I guess at the end of the day, we can gauge whether or not we can get it done. So let's think about how we're going to design communities. Yeah, glad to have you with us on it. And I think this is right. I think that's how we'll do viewing a profile. Cool. Okay, so this is Miguel's diagram here. Okay, so really diagramming out the social relationships involved. Yeah, we could create a UI element that does a visual diagram like this. If we were to do it for one, it would not be on the default view. It would be something like a button that you press like these, where it's like social graph visualized or something like that. And it'd be a fun feature. Might be a good feature, honestly, because really getting a sense of... It really helps you get a sense of your relationship to somebody. Like, that's really what I'm excited about with this entire design, is having a higher information density about somebody's identity on the basis of which communities they're a part of, because communities just can represent a whole lot of context for people. So yeah, maybe a kind of a visualization like this would be really neat. But let's think through... So adding communities, and let's unify posts and comments. So how are we going to implement communities? All right, so Won't let you post an array, but will let you post a comment. It's starting to feel almost religious what the trying to figure out what the AutoMod's rules are. Like we're going to be cargo culting how to share things. Have a AutoMod shaman. The AutoMod is angry today. It will not allow arrays. Discord is also fine, though I may be... let me know if you share something via Discord, because I tend to not notice a whole lot about what's going on in my various mediums while I'm on the stream. No, actually, you can belong to multiple communities. This confuses and angers the AutoMod. Sysop, sounds like a religious title. Kit wants to play again. You know what that means. I imagine y'all can't really hear me over the music, huh? You can hear me, good. So Corey asked, how do I do that? How did I do that? OBS, the streaming software, is incredible, and that's what I'm using. So then Corey asks, okay, you have citizen dot underscore. So any new community should be a subdomain. No, I'm actually thinking communities will be DNS IDs similar to user IDs. So they'll just share the same namespace as users. We could try to come up with a kind of a modified syntax to indicate that it's a community. But I'm kind of inclined to think that it should just be shared. So like if it would be like hackers at citizen.foo. I would love if a community could be a MUD. Like if the kind of the business logic and the mechanisms that communities are able to implement include like game rules, that would be the coolest. Being very lazy. She just wants to paw at the thing and kind of munch on it. I tuned into somebody else's coding stream the other day just to see how they do it, and they had something that I realized really puts me to shame. They had dedicated cat cameras. And not just one, like multiple ones. They had one for like the spot that their cat likes to chill at the window, and they had another one that could move around. They had multiple at certain spots too, so you could get different angles. I realized I am way behind on my cat cam game. Now I just have to do it manually. Like this! Oh, onto the stream you go! Oh, you don't like it? Don't you want to say hi to everybody? Yeah. Yeah. Why would I need to do a find and replace all on Citizen? Okay. We rebranding? I've been debating what the kind of like first server should be that I run myself. Because like having it on the one hand, like having multiple kind of brand names get involved early on is a bad idea because it's confusing to people. But on the other hand, I don't necessarily want to like bless a certain community as being the citizen community, or a certain server as being the citizen server, but May end up needing a post index here as well. You got the comment index, the vote index, comments also that will need to change once we unify posts. What other schemas do we have? The follow index. She's nested. We'll probably need a notification index as well. Probably. And one of the interesting questions we need to ask is like, do communities, do they index only activity related to their community, or do they index all activity? I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, Hyper-B is a database that it lives on the Hypercore network. Okay. So like Citizen is specifically a social networking protocol that lives on top of Hypercore. And the stack kind of goes like this. You have okay. This is your base layer. Next you have schema tables. So this is actually how it works. Yeah. And in a way, Citizen is sort of semi-blessed. In a sense that it ends up probably being the foundation upon which other application protocols will operate. A social networking protocol for Hyper. Yeah, I mean, I would probably call it Hypercore protocol instead of Hyper-V protocol, but yeah. And, you know, let's do this. Nope, not that. So it's a bit like this. Yeah, it's complicated, but not terribly. Yeah. No prob. Okay. Yeah, you could probably make a WordPress plugin. Don't know if it would be the easiest, but certainly doable. Can't wait to hear this metaphor, Jim. So why don't we take this right here and flesh it out into a document. Okay, I think that's right. How does a new website start doing the Citizen protocol? They would basically want to set up their own Citizen server. So anytime you're setting up like a new domain name, you'd set up a new Citizen server. And if you look at Citizen's routes, you can ignore all that. These are the ones that are kind of the API HTTP endpoints that it would have to support. And so they're all big namespace. Some of these actually need to change. This one probably needs to change to be hyper. So eventually, yes, I intend to set up Citizen so that it is installable as an NPM module to create custom servers around, so that you can add Citizen support by importing it and running it. So right now it's node-based, so you're going to need to, if you were using a different stack, you would have to run the Citizen server and then like use a reverse proxy that's sending certain requests to the Citizen server, which should be doable. Yeah. Well, and I think one of the interesting things that we can do here is like to have websites that are running Citizen servers and using Citizen in the Hypercore network almost like a CMS, which would mean that your website is able to interact with the Citizen network and be followable on the Citizen network and what have you. So, like the example I was using earlier is like let's say the New York Times wanted to get on. They would create accounts for all of their employees to be, like pfrazy at nytimes.com, host their data on nytimes, and there you go. They kind of have their own server, and it would participate in the network like anything else. So which of these are new? This one's new. So basically anything with the word community in it. So we may actually want to unify the community record and the user record since they're sharing a namespace. Correct. This makes it so communities and users interact socially over Hypercore network. I think we should use Yeah, I think CMS would be just a fantastic direction for the server stack to progressively move towards. Sort of like how WordPress started out with blogging and became a CMS. This starts out with social and becomes a CMS. So Carly Corey, the way that, no, get out of here. Currently, the way that we expect people to interact with the network is entirely through one of the applications, like citizenry.com. So to have a server with like a comments box, yeah, that's a slightly more complicated thing. If you want to have the comment publishing there. Because it needs to, speak to the user's home server to do the publishing. And then you do enter into permissions questions. So it might be better if like a comment box had a way to open up your preferred application to engage in the comments. What am I using for that? Am I using anything? It may just be baked into these are all my installed extensions here. Looks like it's just a default behavior for VS Code. Which doesn't surprise me because VS Code is kind of amazing. Like it'll even load up the schema definition depending on what you put at $schema and try to apply the rules automatically. It's a pretty incredible thing. Okay, so that seems right for community membership, and then we do There's community member and community membership. That seems right. Meow meow. Yes, very organized. 1 second, somebody's asking me for... Okay, good. Hey Corey, thanks for joining the Patreon. Really appreciate that. Okay. Fussbutt. This is one of those moments where I got a bunch of code to do, a bunch of changes to make, and I'm not jumping in. Waiting for that vibe to hit. I appreciate it, Corey. This one's kind of a gimmick because I'm unifying users and people under the same communities and people under the concept of a user. We're going to have to think about how to join communities that are on other servers. Because you can't, that kind of has to be an anonymous method. But then we don't have any proof that you are who you say you are. So we may have to come up with some kind of distributed auth. I suppose we could do it by having it where you declare your community membership record first. And then attempt to join the community, and it'll check and see if the membership record exists on the feed that you're trying to join with. That's probably how we'll do it, to prove that you're actually the one that owns that. Might need a community membership index. Well, like collaborative code editing, Corey? I'm not sure I'm willing to give that power to the stream. This is my editor. It's mine. Users and communities use, they have a server, they all have home servers, which imply or cause two things. Where they're hosted and how where data processing occurs, and what their DNS ID is, which looks like an email, so pfrazy@citizen.com. And you can rehome, so you can move from one home server to another, both communities and users. We haven't implemented rehoming yet, but we got all the high level plotted out for that. No prob. Let people change this VMRC on the fly while I try to complete a code challenge. That's brutal. Did his Vim automatically refresh the settings on save? That's amazing. I would bet good money he could never exit Vim after all that, because I'm sure you could remap the commands, and so somebody probably changed quit to something absurd. That's the first thing I would do. Is there any guarantee of user identity as you move or not move servers? We have architected things to try to be as intelligent as possible about how rehoming works. So this was brought up earlier. Might as well dive into it now. I'm going to save this guy and create a new canvas. So all of our data, anytime you're referencing something, let's say it's a vote, that's an example that does it this way. So we're upvoting something. It'll have two fields. The database URL, which uses a cryptographic key for the domain name. And then the, what do we call it, user ID? Author ID. So the way that this works is that the databases are on the Hypercore protocol. They use public keys as their identifiers, which would be this here. But we're always noting what the DNS ID of the user is for a quick lookup. So the user records on a server look like this. So, if the user rehomed, they would create a new record at the new server, and we need to introduce a record on the user database. So, you know, the databases, every user has their own Hyper-V database that lives kind of on the mesh. So if the user were to rehome to, let's say, newhome.com, they would be, you know, declaring a new record there. It's looking like probably their database URL would also need to change because there's not a safe way to transfer private keys. This record would stay exactly as before. And so this database right here would continue to get rehosted in the mesh, but basically in a read-only form. And what we're thinking is that the new Bob account would publish some kind of record like a user, like a home server record or something like that. They would be and then it might have something like this. Right? So this is always going to refer to the cache, you know, the read-only cache of their old data, and new data will, you know, it'll indicate what its old account was, but new data will come out under the new address here. So that means that activity around your old account will continue to work, but there's a very clear, something else in the rehoming that'll need to get published is, let's move this down. So, yeah, I haven't implemented this part of it yet, but let's say this is the rehomed account bit, and this is your old home. And it would have some kind of record like this. So that anybody that was following him at his old thing would be able to detect that he's rehomed and transfer to the new home. So it's kind of a chain that forms. Yep. Kind of like a redirect chain. So old records just never lose their activity. They never, those URLs are more or less permanent. and rehoming is still a redirect, but yeah. And it's really important that it works off of the database URLs like this, because one of the problems that you have with like federated designs is that like what happens if citizen.com goes offline. And if that happens, that if we were linking to data by the DNS ID, you would not be able to find that data at all. But because you're able to do that, you can actually look up that database, which is now getting hosted on newhome.com, and just find this record here and update your follows. So that's probably how what happens if your old home server is malicious and you want to switch because of that? In that case, you would have to trust your old home server indefinitely, or no? The only thing you have to trust the old home server to do is to update your personal database to have the rehome record added. So there is a situation where a server could just go down with absolutely no warning to users and just leave everybody in the lurch. Now, one way to counteract that would be for, the Hypercore network is a peer-to-peer distributed database. And the model that we have right now, which is our default model, it's the one that's most convenient for people to leverage, is to have the home servers actually hosting or sort of being the tenants of your private keys, which means you have to ask the server to make any writes. A future goal is to make it so that your personal database, you actually store the keys on your local device. And if we're able to do that, then rehoming actually wouldn't require you to change your database. But actually, having the users maintain their private keys requires a couple of things to occur. You need the client that they use to be able to interact with the Hypercore network and store the keys, and then you need to solve key sync between the user devices. So that's a future goal, but if we ever get there, it's going to be the ideal, because then you're retaining total authority over your personal database, and you can't get screwed by a server. But again, the only way that a server could screw you is if it refuses to publish your rehoming record. If it refuses to do that, then you're not going to be able to have a continuity of identity at all. You're just going to have to create a new account elsewhere. You also have to trust they won't fake activity on it using the credentials they have, if you're worried about that. If you're just worried they'll delete it, you can seed the Hyper-V yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Whoever has the key has the power, sadly. Well, not sadly. It's just what's sad about it is that we don't have a way yet to have users hosting their keys. It's possible, like you could use something like Beaker, but there's a lot of things that have to be implemented for that to work that's just out of scope at this stage. Okay. Let's finish out this task list, and then I'm going to take a 15-minute break to eat something and get my head right so that we can then dive into all this code work. So let's see. There's loading the communities, adding the community APIs, moving the indexing code around, adding the community field to posts, I don't think so. But we'll see. I think that's everything. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about the community change that we've started today, so that's good. I think it's going to solve a lot of questions we had. Great, so I'm going to take that 15. Yeah, I say 15 and may stretch into 30, we'll see. I mean, obviously we got to get into Wikipedia at some point. I'm sure we can pop into there somewhere. I wonder who decides if something's dead or stalled. Not in there yet. Oh, there was a Ben Citizen McMillan. See, it looks like he's a pro gamer for Rainbow Six. Well, let's hope we don't get into any problems with him. Yeah, Rainbow Six player. Okay, back in 15 to 30. Okay, back in action. I use my break to do some important shit posting. Which, you know, normally I'd be doing throughout the day, but I gotta do it in breaks now because we're live streaming and all. That's what I had to give up for the live stream, you know. Can't shit post all day. But it's worth it. Okay. I think my computer is really starting to need a reboot. So we'll start by creating, hey Lars, welcome back to the stream. Your timing is impeccable. First task is to get the public community database authored. So that's going to include all these schemas, so let's get them going. Got the profile there, and then we'll probably copy over all these. Index state, follow IDX, comment IDX is there, vote IDX is there, notification IDX is there. And that just leaves the community members. User.db_URL. I should actually copy these index definitions from the server rather than the private user, because that's a more close match of the intended behavior. So we copy out all those and actually remove them from the server. Server DB will get much simpler as a result. May not even have any indexes at all. Looks like a gnome. Is that right? Let's look at our schemas. Yep, just the user records. I'm gonna have to think about how to modify this. We'll get back to that later. Okay. I think for the moment we can just kind of breeze by that. Let's now look at create user. And we'll add the type field. A lot of this will vary based on the type though, because a account is only needed if type is person. Likewise, the entire database bit here. We may need to rename public user database to public person database. And we might want to, do we want to call them person or individual? It's an interesting question because, like, Lars, you're going to need to watch the playback to see what the heck we're doing today. A bunch of changes occurring. So we're adding a type of user. Currently looking at person or community. Red, let me answer that in a second. So the question for user type is like, okay, person is meant to be like an individual. Community is a community. One of the things I'm a little bit unsure of with the person is that, like, what if we want to introduce a formal meaning for like a bot? Then it might need another type. But it's really not meant to delineate that. It's meant to delineate other things than like the actual like you know, whether or not it's a real human being or not. It's really meant to delineate whether or not it's an individual account or a community account. So I'm kind of thinking individual. But individual is a hefty word. Let's get the thesaurus involved. A joker. A mortal. Wouldn't that be funny? A dude. It can't be self, unfortunately. That's not quite the right. It's like, you know, an individual or a community. That's kind of what we're differing against here. And there may be other things eventually than like other than communities and individuals. But I don't know what they would be at this stage. Actors sometimes use, but that is a little more. Identity or account, no. So far as person or individual. I think I'm going to stick with person. And user is a kind of meta category, so it's user can be person or community. So we'll frequently refer to them as user DBs, but we're actually referring to a person or a community DB. It's kind of like a subclass. I am going to go ahead and change this to public person DB. No, I'm going to leave it as it is. Okay. And so then in here, I guess one question to ask is whether or not communities need to have accounts. At the moment I'm thinking no, but not 100% sure yet. That seems right. Hopefully having communities and people be considered a generic user is not going to be terribly confusing. I think it makes sense. I hope. Okay, right here. I think we need some way to figure out by looking at a database what type it is. Which I don't think we currently have. What kind of database metadata do we have? We do have the _DB. So the database description, which is relatively unstructured at the moment. Just includes the blobs feed key. So why don't we update that? then we can build a generic. Hey, Jonathan. Welcome to the stream. And I hate to say it, but I need to use the bathroom real quick. So I'm going to be back in 5. Okay. So we eventually want to be able to do So we need the user ID and the URL. And we basically need a utility function like a fetch or a get on a generic Hyper-V key. Actually, what's sort of would be really nice is if we could pass in the Hyper-V after having already loaded it. Actually, since it's remote access, it's not a big difference. So, never mind about that. You'll just be getting a remote connection to something already active, so that's not a priority. Okay. So that's all set. right. So that's community loading. Except we haven't loaded communities your users are members of. So let's introduce that now. And we were doing that here, where we were... Alright. Well, this ain't gonna be efficient. This is going to become actually a pretty significant source of overhead. We're talking about loading up the databases, the Hyper-Bs, for every user and that includes communities and persons, people, that are homed on the server, plus any person that your homed users follow, plus any community that your home users are a part of, plus any members of your homed communities. Could end up being quite a bit. And so probably a huge amount of the scaling work is going to go into that. And it's taking a very naive approach at the moment, which is to load them all up into memory right away. And that's just not going to fly for even a little bit. It's going to need to pull them in and out of memory. Now, eventually we'll get, I imagine, a hyperspace cluster in the background to help with all that, but still. Okay. Yep, that's right. Did we have anything triggering loads of external databases on follow? This would have been in the public, I'm imagining, the public server database. Yeah, that was that bit right there, followed users changed. Right. Okay. So with communities, the flow is going to be that you declare membership on your home server first, and then the community could be on your home server, or it could be remote. It could be on somebody else's server. And that introduces a decentralized authentication problem where you don't want people to be able to join communities and just claim they're anybody. You need to have a way to assert it. So the way we're going to do that is whenever you do a community join, it's going to look to see if the membership has been declared on the account that you are attempting to join with, and if it has, it'll allow it. Unfortunately, the problem with an approach like that is it opens up the ability to DOS a server because you're asking it to do some pretty heavy work. You're asking it to Yeah, you're asking it to fetch information off the Hypercore network. And it has to be, if the designer suggested would work, it would have to work by allowing anybody that doesn't have an account on the server to do so. Which is a big ask. If I just slammed the server with a bunch of fake join requests, you would have to verify all of them by looking up the information on the Hypercore network. So that's not really tenable either. We actually need a way to send along some kind of proof of ownership, which requires some cryptography. I imagine this is something Matthias can help us with here. So we're going to have to enlist Matthias, which I'm going to save for tomorrow because it's pretty late in Copenhagen right now. It's like, it's 9-ish. And or a mill, right? Okay, yeah, you thought about the whole architecture. Why not use the home servers for identity management, and then just send the private key to the client when logged in? Then you only need Hyper over HTTP bridge to be able to use it in every web browser in a more decentralized way. What's the difference between what you're suggesting and how it works right now? Because, you know, the citizen servers are basically a Hyper over HTTP bridge. They just don't send the key down to the client. And, you know, you could, in theory, just introduce a generic remote put and delete API. It'd be all the same. And the goal is to try to make the citizen servers have that level of genericness so that new schemas and application models can be introduced without having to change out the server. So we're just going to have to temporarily only allow users to join communities on their own server, and it'll add as a to-do. I am quite sure it's possible to create a proof of key ownership over the wire, because Matthias has done it in the past, so we just need to figure out how to do it here. you know, because persons and communities are all users, communities could technically become members of other communities. I have no idea what that would mean, though. Maybe nothing. Minus 16 degrees. Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit? Celsius. What's that in American degrees? In freedom degrees. .2 Fahrenheit. Pretty cold. Lars, you're in Germany, right? Or are you in Denmark? Sweden. North Sweden or South Sweden? I don't know a whole lot about Sweden, but I know that I'm pretty sure it's large enough, north-south for that to make a difference. East Sweden. Like, Denmark, it was funny, I didn't know my geography super well, so when I first decided to visit Denmark, I was shocked by two things. One, I guess I kind of knew it was small, but it was smaller than I realized. And also, it was further south than I thought. I thought, for some reason, I thought Denmark was kind of like Nordic, you know? Like, you know, Norway. But no. Denmark is like UK levels. Okay, it's time to pull out the maps here. Okay. So that's pretty cold for southeast. You guys like you're near Stockholm? Yeah, I've got a. For me, it's a big old like. Without looking at the map, a couple hours south of this. Oh, that's pretty cold. So, like, if you asked me to draw a map of England or of Europe, rather, I'd be like, okay, here's the UK, like there, and then you got like Spain and like Italy, and there's like the Baltic over here, and then like you got like France-ish there and Germany-ish there. And then I was just like, okay, like over here is Denmark and Sweden and Norway. And then like Russia. Middle East somewhere in here. Hang on. You know, a bit like that. And then, you know, UK, France. That's generally what I knew there. That's the extent of my geography knowledge. Something like that. Something like that. Portugal. Yeah, Portugal. Right next to... So you're on the... What's really terrible... This is ridiculous, but if somebody was like, without me checking, as I just did, I'm pretty sure of this, but if somebody was like, is Portugal in Europe or South America, I'd actually have to think for a second. I don't know what I'm confusing it with. Maybe it's Peru, because they both start with a P, or like Paraguay. Right, Portugal is like right on the... Yeah. The Catalonian culture is in the south part of Spain, right? I'm kind of dimly aware of the difficulty around Catalonia in Spain. That's northeast Spain. Okay, so then you probably don't have a lot of Catalonian culture interfacing with Portugal. You know, one of the things that cracks me up is that Germany, in German, is Deutschland, which has such a different vibe to me than the word Germany. And like, you know, I know Germans speak a lot of English, so they're pretty aware of having, but like, you know, whenever I think like the German word for American is like Amerikaner or something like that. So it's like kind of the same word. But Deutschlander and German are so different. That must have got like a split identity. To me, Deutschland, you know, it sounds close to Dutch, right? And the Dutch have a very different vibe than the Germans. At least in a kind of a dim, far away perspective. Honestly, the most I know about the Dutch is like the jokes that Monty Python makes about them. Which is just kind of characterizing them as silly people. Which probably is unfair. This is probably all very problematic, everything I'm saying. Right, the gold member guy. Here, you want an American's map of America? Alright, here we go. For all my European stream members, we got, you know, here it is. We got the Great Lakes there. And then, you know, Maine up here, and New York, and Connecticut, Vermont, all that stuff. And then you got Florida, and you got the Gulf of Mexico, then you got Texas. Alright. Ish, right? Okay. Here's what you gotta know. Alright, you got liberal, they're kind of jerks. You know, Alaska, alright, we got, you know, that, and Hawaii. And then over here, you got liberal and space cadets, also computers. Right? So that's like the hippie liberals over there. You got your stoners right here. There's your stoners. Right here, of course. You got Yeehaw. Over here. No, they're all right here. Over here, you got that. Just a whole lot of that face. And then, oh, you know what? I missed one. Right here, you got dreadlocks and flannel. Over here, you got retired and kind of jerks. Yeah, that's where the stoner joke comes from there. Yeah, this is the only map you'll ever need for America. And then everywhere in here, that's America. So if it's not in a box, that's America. Oh, hang on. So this actually is not quite right. Yeehaw is really kind of over here. Right here, you got Cajun party time. That's Cajun party time right there. Any other landmarks we're missing here? Are there a lot of stoners in Louisiana? I mean, probably, I imagine a lot of New Orleans. New Orleans is a beautiful city. I've only visited once. Oh, Las Vegas. Yeah, okay. So Vegas, that's going to be ish. With a minus in front of it. Listen, we're just going to call everything out here America. All right, we're not going to get into the immediacy of politics right now. That's Jim. That falls under America. All right, leaving that under America. What else did I just miss? Oh yeah, there's also like right in the middle of Illinois. Chicago's like ish, and that's one of those. Okay, so Alaska. That's Alaska. That's where everybody there's probably killed at least one person. And then Hawaii. Hawaii is like, yeah, people that live there are living too good. This is very important citizen work. This is me 100% procrastinating from the hard work that I'm trying to do right now. Yeah, I think this is a pretty holistic map. Are we missing anything here? Oh, here's one. There's the Mormons. All right there. I'm in Yeehaw. I'm right in the heart of Yeehaw. About right there. That's Austin. That's Dallas. That's Houston. Houston, straight up swampland. The most humid place I've ever been. It's also incredibly diverse. Like, you wouldn't believe the number of... It's kind of borders on diversity that, like, New York has. A huge number of minority, large-sized minorities or, you know, non-American-born communities in Houston. It's a port city is why it got big, and just right in the right in a swamp. Just so humid. I don't know how anybody lives in Houston. Because it's hot, like most of Texas is, and humid, like 80% humidity all the time. It's just awful. This, by the way, dreadlocks and flannel. If you've ever been to Seattle, you would know exactly how right that is. I visited for the first time not that long ago, and holy shit. Alright. Do we need to save this for the documentation? Probably, right? Alright. It's archived in the stream. Alright, do we have to go back to work? Was I even doing something important? I couldn't have been, right? Alright, I needed to be able to run validation on... So I got table.schema, that assert valid. Okay. A video clip for right. I do need one. Speaking of, this is basically live stream shit posting now. This is yeah. All right. Community.leave. I think that's about it. So that one was easier. Ah, boy. Communities.create. We're going to leave that as a to-do. Same as creating user accounts. All right, let's talk about how posts can be to communities. Okay, so if, of course I have no idea how that factors in at this point. I'm guessing that communities are going to need to maintain a post index. Which basically only includes posts that target that community. Sounds right. So let's go ahead and add that. Do we want to call that a feed index or a post index. Let's call it a feed index so that it potentially could include more than posts in the future. And that'll be similar to notifications in that regard. Yeah, that seems right. So let's add that to our schemas listing here. It'll be similar to the notifications index in its definition. It's only going to be interested in citizen.network/post. We don't want to ignore deletes. Don't need this. We do need to create it at. Do I have an easy way to get the user ID of a database? I guess I just do fetch user ID. And actually, one of the tricky things here is actually handling deletes. Means you have to do a scan and filter, which is way less efficient than we prefer. Yeah, the schemas are clutch. Okay, how can we handle deletes efficiently? It'd be great if the key could somehow cleanly map back to the original somehow, so that when we see the change URL, it's not a difficult thing to do. Because we can't do a full scan and filter. One option is just to not record deletes, but then at read time, filter out items that no longer exist. That might actually be more efficient than properly updating the index, believe it or not. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Okay. Why does spam risk keep calling me? The guy drives me nuts. Oh, we need to handle the community field. That's why we got into this in the first place. I really ought to start just retaining user IDs on databases. And just reduce the number of times I'm having to call fetch user ID. Means I have to update user ID if that changes, but I'm fine with it. I'd rather do that than have a bunch of asynchronous fetches all over the place. Which means that this can be just db.user ID. Better. Okay, there's that. Next, we need to add the community index getters, which means I need to stretch on my legs a little bit. BRB. got some major end of the week energy going right now. Just a little bit slower than usual. All right, let's update community indexes. So first we had in the communities we had list members, so these two. This should be pretty straightforward. Similar to this. Yeah, and I think in both of these we actually... Pretty straightforward. At least those two are. Come on, coder juice. Got to push through here. So, what all indexes do we need to be thinking about here? Well, let's look at this. No, don't save that. Let's look at the schemas. We need it for all these. Okay, let's break these down. This will eventually need to become post.getThread, not comments.getThread. But we'll do comments first. Depending. So this is a new method we're going to need to add. And I think in basically every other situation, it's the existing indexes just need to merge together. The logged in users stuff. We were stepping through, I don't suppose I have, oh, did I delete that? Hang on. No, I didn't, thank God. Okay, so here, we're talking about the user's primary data and the user's server indexes. So in a logged out state for a given user, we want to be able to get activity from the community indexes. Which I think list followers will do. And basically, so it's like list followers will pull from logged in auth users self-index, auth users communities, and the target users communities indexes. That looks right. GetThread is an interesting one. Because it's not really that, it's the we could pull the target users communities indexes. Yeah. That one sort of depends on whether you're logged in or not, right? Not sure. We'll put question marks on the ones we're not sure of. Same story with votes. Definitely in followers, that's right. Let's move this over into our scratch pad. Okay, I got a question from Carissa via Discord that I'm going to answer on the stream as I reply to her. She says, you commonly mention mesh in the CTZN README, but I don't have a full understanding of what you mean by that word. Do you have a minute to clarify? Also, what's a PX? Hey, on the stream. So I'm answering out loud as I type. So I'm using data mesh to describe the Hypercore protocol as a... Okay, she's going to join the stream. Hey. Okay. So I mentioned data mesh in the CTZN README. So I'm referring to the Hypercore protocol when I say that. And as I say in the README, it could also be like really any peer-to-peer data network, like IPFS, for instance. Secure Scuttlebutt probably also fits that. And I was looking for a word to distinguish from like a not a blockchain, not federated. It's a data space where you can be given a cryptographic key of some kind, or a cryptographic URL, and look up data from that network, and likewise publish data on that network. So it's any kind of like data-based abstraction which is networked in a cryptographic network. Does that sort of make sense? So again, going by example, by data mesh I mean either IPFS, Hypercore protocol, or Secure Scuttlebutt. There are probably others. Not a blockchain because there's not decentralized consensus. Not federated because it's using a kind of a cryptographic. Yeah, that's why I'm using data mesh. Yeah, the difference between, I think, what I'm calling a data mesh and a federated network is the use of cryptographic addressing, which therefore means that data can be rehosted in a peer-to-peer fashion. PX, I actually do define in the README at one point, but it's easy to miss, just on the first usage of it. Political experience. So you like user experience, developer experience, political experience. It's a bullshit word I coined. But wanted to have a word to kind of describe one of the kind of design models or practices that I actually actively am trying to apply as I'm doing this thing. Which is why and it ends up having an explanation in terms of the topologies that get used, right? Like today we decided to detach communities from servers. Originally, a server and a community were a one-to-one, and today what we're doing is detaching the idea of communities from an individual server so that communities, like people, can rehome. And in a PX design sense, that's about another example of separation of powers, where servers are really responsible for hosting data as much as possible. They're not involved in content moderation or the editorial process. And so then looking at our kind of full topology here, we've got the front end hosting, the user databases, and the community databases. These are 4 completely separate layers of political authority. Users are operating with total authority over their own data. Communities, in a collective sense, have total authority over their community data. Servers are responsible only for hosting, and applications are responsible for UI. All of them politically separated. I've been finding this idea of PX to be really useful in the context of trying to describe what decentralization even means and what the goals are. Because, you know, the mental decentralization could refer to a lot of things. Basically, what I would argue it means is, in a PX design sense, an unbundling of authority. Traditionally, in like the Twitter, in Twitter, all of this is Twitter. So we're decentralizing it by separating the authorities into 4 different places. Here, come on. Here, 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 and here, if I can draw. 4 different categories of authority, and then each of them are their own authorities. Within those structures of that's an authority, that's an authority, that's an authority, that's an authority, right? So the red squares indicate individual authorities in the system, and the green squares indicate categories of authority or categories of power. In some ways, there will be. There's not going to. I've been debating whether or not to try to rigorously enforce on a social level a detachment of. Like who's allowed to run things. Because at the outset, I will be responsible for a cross-section that looks like this. Where I'm going to be maintaining citizenry.com, the citizen software, but not all citizen servers, my own user, and then probably I'll set up some communities. A cross-cutting authority like that is not ideal, but I feel like it's not, since it's not hard-bound, obviously, the idea would be that gradually other people will start to create their own applications, start to create their own server implementations, start to create their own communities, and all I'll be is a bootstrapping factor in everything. How great is Excalibur? This thing is really saving our bacon. You think communities will be discoverable or out of scope? So this is an interesting one. So, you in fact correctly identified something that comes into play here. This is an old diagram that I need to update now. This is the political crosstalk diagram. Hope everybody doesn't mind me spending a little bit of time putting together these diagrams. But I think they're handy. Or should they be discoverable? That's a good question. Let me update the diagram real quick to talk about this. Okay, so here we have our 4 political categories. And how do they interact with each other? Maybe if they're also DHT topics, you could do it that way. So here is some of the political crosstalk that occurs here. Now, when I'm talking about political crosstalk, what I'm talking about is ways that there is sort of, this is kind of gets into like the checks and balances mindset of how they, more or less the different political systems interface with each other. And there's actually more than one way. So, here is the situation as I see it. It may evolve over time. Front-end apps are, other than UI opinion, because there's a necessary sign-up flow that the front-end apps are going to be responsible for, the onboarding, they are probably going to be recommending servers to get users onto. Once you're on a server, it's probably going to be able to recommend communities for you to join. Communities have the ability to recommend content and people and communities. And then at this layer, you've got the users with their individual social graphs and actual ownership of their data. So this one right here is an interesting one. Actually, the server abilities are both pretty interesting. The ability to dehost communities and users, paired with the ability to recommend communities, they could also recommend users if they wanted to, gets us into a space where the servers are actually able to apply standards to what they host in a kind of a coarse grain. And they're able to apply that onto both communities and users. Now, the thinking here is that servers should not be involved in content moderation, except for this very broad stroke of the dehosting. So it's the sort of thing where they should be saying things like, okay, if you're running a community or an account, really they should be talking more about standards for communities and allowing communities to moderate. And because communities should really be the ones recommending users as opposed to the servers recommending users. And so it's the sort of thing where it's like, all right, community, if you want to work here, you need to adopt the following moderation policies. No death threats, no doxing, etc., right? A set of expectations for how the servers are going to be conducting themselves. And then sort of staying hands off. And if a community ends up not enforcing that kind of thing, it can be like, all right, I'm dehosting y'all, you need to rehome somewhere else. And one of the checks on the dehosting power is the way that we're going to be designing this is that dehosting must always include a rehoming flow. If you are... let's try this. Bow. So if you are dehosting somebody, the way it's going to be designed in the protocol or in the codes, the citizen server code, is that what you do is you put them in a dehosted state, but give them the ability to update their records to rehome. And if a server violates that, then I think that should cause some social furor. Because just ejecting somebody or giving them no ability to rehome is a pretty categorically dick move. We'll have to depend. We'll see how effective that is, if there's any reason why it's just not feasible to always include the rehoming flow, but it should always be feasible. An example of why that might not be feasible if somebody is like DOSing the server by doing thousands and thousands of fake account registrations. So, it's tricky, but including a rehoming flow, requiring one, would be a good check on that power. So yeah, this right here means having trouble with my diagram. And servers can enforce broad standards as a result of these two abilities. And then communities are able to enforce very specific standards because they're directly involved in community moderation and content recommendation. So that's all a long-winded way of saying that I actually think that servers ought to be able to recommend communities. Because the onboarding flow is, end up on an app, it's going to recommend servers. You get onto a server, it's going to recommend communities. You get into communities. May end up being a little too convoluted, but we'll see. Hopefully not. But if there weren't, since communities are so key to, it would be kind of like if you had like if we didn't have any way to recommend communities, then it'd be like joining Reddit and not having any default subs. You would just see nothing. And having to know the IDs of the communities, having absolutely no form of discovery would just be a really bad sign-up flow. That sort of satisfactorily answer all of this. Sometimes a community might be the same as a server or have some overlap connection with a particular server. Definitely true. Especially if it's like an instance like for a media outlet. The New York Times is what I always use as an example. It would have, the New York Times would probably only it would probably be having communities that are sort of geared towards either, first of all, their content production, but also if they wanted to create a forum, they could create, a community that's for their deluxe readers or whatever the heck. Doesn't even have to be a subscription thing. You have any other thoughts about that, Carissa? Or anybody else? This isn't really a full enumeration of the political crosstalk. It's really kind of focused in on the servers. Well, like data ownership is... This is a pretty big constraint in general that's connected to this. Another kind of constraint that I eventually want to get into is what's talked about in the constitutional network idea, which is ability to use community constitutions to constrain moderator powers. I'd imagine the server operators could make money by offering hosting to communities. Often the issue with federated communities, the developer has to manage it all. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier in the stream, and I've been thinking quite a bit about how we're going to make the whole thing economically feasible. And I agree that, fostering healthy communities and growing them is a different skill set than DevOps. That was a major motivation for today's decision to separate out servers and communities. I was just thinking about, last night, I was thinking about having to create servers to create communities and realized that's just a terrible downward drag on the community design. And so what I'm thinking is that if the servers can offer kind of a wide variety of capacity beyond just hosting your social data, but of course we hope that the whole network can grow to support more than just the citizen social stuff. Simple early one to hit would just be hyperdrive hosting, so that it's kind of giving you a cloud drive. Then it becomes, I think, a little straightforward to have a free tier, paid tier, where your citizen server is acting as a kind of a cloud home for you. And that would hopefully fund all of the technical overhead of the system. But then for communities to fund themselves, that's an interesting question. Content monetization is always tricky. Yeah, I don't want to speculate on that at this stage. Especially because the idea that I have in my head is not a terribly popular one. It's always, but basically it's going to be a one-to-one transplant of what people are doing now. Cool. If there's a way to mint private keys on the local machine, that'd be nice in case the server goes rogue. So I strongly agree about that. If users are able to maintain their private keys locally, then rehoming becomes a non-issue. The only reason that this is even needed to be said is that because the server is the manager of users' private keys, they need to write to a record that's involved in the rehoming flow. But if you had your private keys, it'd be no problem. In fact, you could just update the user record, and it wouldn't even barely qualify as rehoming, because you're just changing your DNS ID. And internally, all the URLs are hyper URLs. But of course, having users, that's kind of, I was talking about this earlier, that's a future goal, to get users in possession of their private keys Just obviously requires a lot of infrastructure that we don't have at our disposal yet. Yeah, it could be worth looking at what Signal does. That would require a custom client. And one of the advantages to what we're doing with Citizen versus what we've been doing like with Beaker is that it just works over any existing web browser. But that just strikes me as nothing but pure opportunity to be moving private keys into users' hands as the network matures. But importantly, is not a blocker to the network growing. If we bundle in private key ownership into the 1.0 goals, it's just never going to ship right now. But it's so key to the authority model and the data ownership concept. I really think it's something that we should be collectively aiming for. Okay, so we were looking at how these indexes need to be updated. Later, Kirsa. If we could push through this. Hate to see it, but I think our Saturday testnet is off. I just don't think I'm going to be able to get everything done in time. Because if we were doing it, I want to announce it today, and I just don't think we're going to get there. Especially given the amount of energy I have at my disposal right now. Oh boy, so what do I want to try to get done by the end of the day? I think I'm just out of juice. I hate to say it. I think we're going to have to pick up tomorrow. Yeah. I am ambitious about getting this thing into a working state as soon as possible, but just gotta respect how much juice I got, and I'm just tired right now. So, I'm going to call it. But thanks everybody for joining as usual. We'll pick up tomorrow morning, and at minimum, since testnet is off the table, I think. Yeah, it was a great conversational stream today. I think tomorrow we can probably get here. So that's what I'm going to aim for tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Have a great rest of your Thursday or whatever day it is at your local time zone, and we'll catch you on the next stream. Have a great rest of your whatever. Citizen.